Oh, fuck you. Don't know.
Oh my God.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I wonder.
Fucker.
We're gonna try something.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums. Time to unfuck this.
Raise it up a little bit.
Badly.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day! Get your hand off my penis! Here I come to save the day!
How you doing, Drez? Still at work? Where are you working? Buy my gouache. Thank you, Maddie. How you doing, Maddie? I didn't respond because I was camera stuff. You don't understand. You wouldn't understand. Buy my gouache. Fuck me, fuck you. There it is. The gouache, everybody. These labels, I got some of these labels that they're just kind of coming off this one side. I'm gonna have to tape them when I ship them out. I don't know why some of these labels, it's with the white and the phthalo specifically, the labels seem to be a little fuckety. A little bit on the reds too. Blue Corvette, and everything is the blue for him and himself. What's new, Maddie? What is new? I'm blue, I was deep, I'm deep, No, nice. You had the day off today, then I take it. Aren't Mondays usually your day off? To make a soap cutting guide? Sundays and Mondays. Are they giving you an extra day off, or are they just paying you for today? For the holiday, or do you not get paid for holidays?
Badly.
Hi, Carlos. Carlitos. So you don't get paid for it? You don't get like holiday pay? Hello? That sucked. All right, there's a 2 gouache minimum for everybody. Just FYI. A 2 gouache minimum. Today on stream. I don't make the rules, okay? That's an order from corporate. He ain't got nobody to listen to. The fuck keeps dropping? Everything's just dropping today. I never really minded working on holidays because I always like the extra money when I had jobs that offer BMOS, but it sucks when I had jobs that I had to work on some holidays that I didn't get extra pay for. Should probably wipe shit down with solvent. Fair enough. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Maddie. All this shit coming off. For 10 strims? Oh my god! Michael Graham? But Michael Graham isn't badly made. Michael Graham is horse shit. Salt, welcome in. What do you get for 10 streams? That earns you 0.001 shitcoin. Michael Graham. Unbelievable. You cut me deep, Maddie. Fuck me, fuck you. Yeah, it's gifted. You just throw them in the trash after they bought them for you. No, from what I've heard, Michael Graham is like a okay company. I know Drez has good things to say about them. And apparently the dude's pretty cool, who kind of like makes the paint. I just have a big issue that they only make their oil paints with walnut oil for marketing reasons. Sorry, just doing some extra cleaning that I'm noticing. Hello, Enable Live. Enable Live. Welcome in. Lurking with those perverts. All right. So yeah, there's a 2 gouache minimum for today, everybody. 2 gouache minimum. I don't make the rules. HR does. Fuck me. Fuck you. All right. We gotta start getting paint out. Blew his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. And everything is blue for him. These are the best gouache on the market. There are none better. There are no better gouache than this. Whole Bean can suck it. Schminky can suck it. They're nothing compared to badly made gouache. That's our company motto. Whole Bean and Schminky can suck it. Let me put these somewhere. This is the swatch, by the way. Okay, let me put these somewhere. Right there. Good. He ain't got nobody to listen. Okay. All right. Let's get our paints out. Leave that. We'll use, well, that's quinacridone, scarlet, lead, phthalo, hit, crappy umber, burnt umber. We'll use lemon yellow today. White, white, yellow, red, red, blue, blue. Brown, we're good. Didn't have the second blue. Blue, blue. All right. Our palette for today is titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, pyrrole scarlet, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, burnt umber, and raw umber greenish. Okay, and this is just impasto medium. We are also going to need some of our oleo gel. And a hammer for whacking. And we're going to need some more paper towels. Right. Good. Good. I don't know if I'm painting in a bright enough situation right now. I'm testing out new lighting shenanigans, and I have questions. If this is bright enough or not. Especially down here. Because I have all the lights like right above there, pretty high up, and I don't know if they're powerful enough. Really? It's a little dark. It seems like it. But I don't really, like, it depends on if I can see it okay, you know? That's the big thing. Am I seeing it most accurately? Also, how do I reduce glare? I turned off these other lights because they were... I could try turning them back on. They were leaving a bad glare spot, like, right here. It's still dirty. But I found out some great news right before stream. That could be very helpful to moi. A little oily discharge. Make sure you throw the... Okay, is that a hair? There's hair in my paint. Sometimes that happens. And a snake in my boot. Nope. Not yet, at least. Not yet. I have a relative who is giving me all their old photography shit. There might be a camera in there, but like lighting and backdrops and shit. So I might be able to improve my lighting situation quite a bit and get some good backdrops for painting. I didn't even know that they were ever into photography. This is one of my uncles. And they say it's just been lying around for like a long time. So that could be really good. Oh, fuck. I mean, it can't, like, you know, it could only help me. Listen. All right. Mm. Pathalo. Himself in the bottom. He ain't got nobody to listen. All right. Oh. Keep on dipping my hands into paint here. Okay. Let's do this. All right, we got enough of that. And then we need a little bit of stand oil. Wherever the fuck I put that. Where did I? Oh, I put it over there. Okay. Yeah. Just prepping. So Pyrrole gets a little bit. Magenta gets a little bit. Phthalo gets a little bit. And the raw umber gets a good amount. All right, let's mix. Well, I feel I could see the umber really well right now. Interestingly enough. That's a good sign when you feel like you could see it, really see it. We kind of did these in reverse, so we're gonna use this pile for the magenta. Almost there, everybody. Hold your damn horses. Hi, Souse. Welcome in. What are you talking about, demons? What are you talking about, demons? Does this look like wait, does that look like demons to you? Does it? Would I just have demons in my house? I don't think so. This is just a master copy of Gustav Klimt's The Kiss. All right? Master copy. This is exactly what he was looking at. Alright. That it? Now we need oleo gel. I'm blue, I'm a diva, da 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 da. Who has a house with a blue little window in it? I gotta start looking into. I feel bad that I forgot about that egg tempura deal I had with Jan. So I really gotta look into that and verify for him. I'm annoyed that I forgot. Okay. Alright. Now we just need a brush. Don't you violin me, Souse. Well, and then you're stuck here for the painting. Okay. All right. Let's get a brush. Not you. Too big. You're good enough. I don't know. Blue little wind. God, this brush is a mess. Well, get your charger. What is that Oreo gel for? No. I would never paint oils with a matte finish. Carlos, it's oleo gel. It's just gelled linseed oil. It can keep paint thick and keep its shape while improving flow rate off the brush. That's all it does. It has it's a thixotropic properties. Which basically means like when it's like not moving, it holds its shape, and when it moves, it flows. All right. Brush feels a little loose. So I feel like I'm seeing darker colors pretty accurately right now on my palette, which I haven't in a while. Oh, okay, so where does this leave us? Okay, I'm not seeing it on the canvas well though, which is not great. I'm not seeing that location well. Oh. You like how that turned out, Odorous? I think it turned out okay. I think it gets the point across. And it's creepy. It has fallen off 3 times, though, from how I've mounted it on, you know. So this stream is most likely going to be a lot of just, like, canoodling. Oh, timely viewers? Stream boo? Oh my god. I bet you I can get really good viewers from that account. Okay, I'm getting a lot of glare up there, which I don't like. So this is like right there. That has to be like up here. Who knows? Who knows, Uterus? What are you talking about, Fugu? How you doing, Juan? I viewbot every one of my streams. That's why I have billions of viewers. You're all fooled, right? I don't like how far off the side the head is kind of coming out to be. But for God damn it, if that's kind of where I sized it up. So I'm still having problems seeing up here. Trillions, yep. Oh my god! Nene! You son of a bitch. Oh, hi, Nene. Not to mention this whole arm situation that I've made too big, I think. Just too big in general. We need to get into the reds. Oh. Oh, hey, Mark. Let me fix one other thing. Because if this is like that, then this would be like this. A bit. Maybe a bit taller. This might have to move down as well. This could be part of the issue. That I made this too high up. Don't you love doing everything by sight and then things end up fucked up a little bit and then you have to like painstakingly figure out what is fucked? Don't we all love that? It's called Live True. Yeah, same. Same, Nene. No. I'm trying to spend, because I am trying to spend as little as possible. Because it's a tight month. Tight month. And I have to pay for the rest of that easel that I gotta order soon. So if you want to help, buy my gouache. Gouache is available right now. It's really annoying, Nene. But that's why we just gotta keep on trying. Buy my gouache. It's for sale right now. Alright, the best gouache currently made in the world. Whole Bean and Schminky can suck it. That's our new company motto. I should put that on my website. See, because like this should be like here. And if that holds true, then this needs to come down. Oh boy. Where am I off over here? That might come down even more, and then right there. That makes sense. And then this, like, kind of. Nope, that's not angled enough. Let's go back to here. Hi, Whiskey. Memorial Day burrito. Bacon, hot dogs, hamburgers, burnt chicken breast, potato salad that's been sitting out in the sun for about 4 hours, some potato chips, Doritos, coleslaw, but the one that like somebody tried a weird recipe out of the blue on and nobody really eats it. A salad with like walnuts and cranberries in it. Yeah, lots of ketchup. And like it's not a traditional tortilla. It's like one of those like high protein wrap materials that somebody's trying to get rid of. Well, the mayo comes from the potato salad that's been sitting out in the sun for 4 hours. So that's a Memorial Day burrito. Jesus Christ. No, give me a good salsa verde. I recently, Carlos, took the dive and made the guajillo and arbol chili salsa, salsa roja. Turned out really well. Put it on everything. Exactly. And I'm annoyed I haven't done it sooner because it's super fucking easy. So like I think I made this all just too high. Too high? Too high. I think this needs to come out more. It's either that or I'm missing something pretty fucking off right now. It's good. I used guajillos, a couple anchos, and a bunch of arbols. And you just basically steep them. Then like a quarter of an onion. You blend it with like a quarter of an about half. I did half an onion. A couple cloves of garlic, some vinegar, and the juice that it's steeped in, and salted the fuck out of it. It was good. I'm a bastard, Nordic. You just show up here, take a shit on my palette, and call me a bastard? Unbelievable. We're doing a master copy of Gustav Klimt's The Kiss. This is a master copy. Maybe that's why the neck looks weird up here. Isn't Swedish Fish like one of those really cool companies to work for? Or am I misremembering? Or am I conflating something? Yes, I do? What do you mean, yes, I do? No, I don't. What am I saying no to? I went too far out with that. Is Joy-Con the company that makes Swedish Fish? No, the ones in Sweden are obviously the odd ones. Obviously. Gotcha. Don't you dare, Nordic. Don't curse me with eternal conscious torment. What do you think you are, a Catholic? Or a Baptist? He ain't got nobody to listen to. Yeah, I would how you know what I got the other day, Maddie? Because it was cheap on Amazon. They had Starburst jelly beans, and I ate that bag way because it's super cheap. I ate that bag way too quick. They were really good. It's like one of those things I couldn't stop eating until I clearly just ate too much sugar. And after I, fell into a diabetic coma for 14 hours, I came to and finished the bag. Fuck. Black licorice people annoy the fuck out of me. They always try like, oh, you should try it, and then they just like, oh, and then you eat it, like, oh, this tastes awful, and they just laugh like they know, but they're just sick and they like it. Fuck those people. I had a boss like that. And I liked that boss, but he was so proud of his love of black licorice. In a blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around, 'cause he ain't got nobody to listen. That song is has been stuck in my head since I turned blue yesterday. I cannot express how much blue pigment was on my face yesterday. I almost did a face reveal because I couldn't believe it. A little bit on my arms. I've washed my arms several times, but it's still kind of holding up. On the face, I got the, got it off. Oh my God! Hooray! Smiley Sloth. What do I owe this displeasure? Hello, darling. Welcome in. Get on in here. Give me those links before I burn this place to the ground. And I want to. You bet your ass I want to. Just there for the rewards, Jessica Gwynn. Okay, alright. You want me to dehydrate? He has to poop? No, he has to stay here. Whole stream. Let me dehydrate. No, Sloth is here for the whole time. Oh, God. Oh. Figure. Figure. Dole. Why? Welcome in. Joanna, welcome in. Nope, Joanna, you gotta stay, of course. Bellatrix, thank you for the follow. Bellatrix, Erie. Okay. Do Tatch S, welcome in. Good, thank you, Smiley. Everybody go follow Smiley Sloth. Okay, wait. Bila. Okay, Bila. Okay. Welcome in, Bila. I'm alright. We are painting from life. This is an exact master copy of Gustav Klimts The Kiss. Exact copy that we're working on. This is all done with AI, of course. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. All done with AI. Oh, God. But yeah, we're just painting, working on the dimensions. Oh, here it goes. What do they want to know, Smiley? Never, Maddie. You're an adult. Being an adult is learning how to be unhappy. All right, what do you want to know? Just there for the rewards. You can ask me anything, and I will answer. Maddie, it's the truth, unfortunately. What's your question? Figure do lie? Pretty much, Whiskey. What do you want to know just there for the rewards? When did the kiss was their tongue? Whole time. Whole time. I demand questions. Nice. Also, my gouache is for sale. Gouache for sale. There's a 2 gouache minimum for the stream. Buy my gouache. Oh, I'm just beginning doing pixel art, winging it while people trying to teach me how to actually do things purposely. Alright, you get the hell out of here, Smiley. Thank you so much for the raid. Get the hell out of here. Thank you so much. Well, do you have questions just there for the rewards? I will answer anything. That might have fixed a lot. Wait. D, E, Do, T, Dal, Okay. Thank you for the follow. Can we buy a gouache paint? I'm only selling them individually. But I could send it to another address, blah, blah, blah. I can even wrap it if you wanted. Thank you, Joanna. Well, I was making it yesterday as well. We did 5 sessions. We got 10 different colors. 10 different colors. All very opaque. This is the swatch of all the colors. It's a mixing gouache palette. It's a mixing gouache palette. You can make great purples, greens, oranges. There's some convenience colors, a good green. Why does my mom, dad, and fight so much? Because the spark is gone, and they only married because of physical attraction. And then here are just marks with them so you can see the opacity and additional examples of the color. You're welcome, figure. Next question. Keep on. This is annoying.
And that's a fact.
A lot of random historical paint facts recently. Okay. Pigment or art history, Carlos? Why there blood in my pee? Something to do with your kidney. Most likely an infection. Pigment? Okay. Let's talk about blues, because I was so blue yesterday. I had the blues, the Kraft macaroni and cheese blues yesterday. We'll slip in the greens in there a little bit too. How you doing, some guy? All right, so blues have historically been the most treasured color in history up until about modernity, right? We're talking like early 1900s. What does WSG mean? I think you said that the other day, and I'm not sure. What is WSG? Anyways, so however, blues were kind of always available, les bleus, historically, and that started off with oh, what's good? Nothing much. Gouache is for sale and we're painting. So the first blue, so it wasn't until in Egypt, right? Egypt was kind of the first real historical civilization that we had evidence that they refined pigments and did stuff with pigments, essentially clean them or process them. No, brah. Nah, brah, I'm not 25, brah. So they actually had 3 blues and a green available to them at during the Egyptian empire, civilization, I should maybe. They had ultramarine blue, which was the most prized. They had azurite, which was coupled with malachite. Malachite being green, azurite being the blue version, which are copper carbonate-based pigments. Ultramarine blue is from the stone lapis lazuli. They discovered a big mine in Afghanistan. And they were using it. They also invented one called Egyptian blue. Okay. So they actually had quite a few available to them In China, in the Han Dynasty, they figured out how to make a lake blue color called Han Blue, which was not very prevalent in the rest of the world. The Mayans figured out a way to use indigo in a permanent fashion for the pigment Maya Blue. And then, additionally, the Han Dynasty discovered the first uses of cobalt as pigment. Even though they couldn't create cobalt blue pigment, they used it successfully in vase glazes. So the blue in like fine china and stuff like that is actually cobalt blue that they figure out how to use in that application, but not as a pigment for painting. Okay. However, one thing to know here is all these blues were not readily available or could be created or made in Europe, and Eastern Europe, or, you know, Mediterranean, right? Like we're talking about Rome, I mean like Italy, France. They do not have access to like make it or mine it in their areas. So when the Renaissance happened and painting became more popular throughout Europe, blue became extremely scarce because a lot of people wanted it. It shipped through Italy, and they got specifically Venice. They got first crack at it, and it drove up the price tremendously and the scarcity. This led to a lot of different ways on how to use blue, make things very blue with using as little pigment as possible through other materials that they could make or were more readily available. So like, for example, we know that they would do value paintings underneath where they would use a white and another color, like lead white and another color, and paint it all and then glaze the colors in. So for when things were blue, they would usually do the underpainting with a cheaper blue or something that helps the blue more. So that included something called smalt, which is a cobalt glass, very commonly used by Rembrandt specifically, as a way to make things very blue. They also use carbon black, which is basically charcoal pigment, because it is more neutral to colder in nature. It's not necessarily blue, but it helped. It was better than using like a burnt umber underneath there. So basically they developed techniques to basically only have to use as little of the expensive pigments, aka ultramarine blue, than azurite, with other techniques. Some fun facts, like Michelangelo in the Sistine Chapel stopped some of his work and did not finish some works in the Sistine Chapel because they did not have enough ultramarine blue pigment for it. It was that scarce that even people who had the resources to get it, or were doing things for people who had the resources, still couldn't get their hands on said pigment. That also led to the rule of, like, for example, you could only use ultramarine blue for the robes of Mary, essentially. Michelangelo, yep. You know, that guy from The Sopranos. Now, so this was a very common thing with blues, essentially resorting to subpar pigments that would fade. No, not the turtle, the mobster. And that led them to use things like smalt, indigo, things like that, the colors that would fade when using blue. And this changed a lot when Prussian blue was invented in the mid to late 1700s. You should, some guy. It's very good. Yeah, there was other examples of people doing it, Joanna, but it was very scarce. It's a good show. So Prussian blue became very popular instantly because it was one of the first. Thank you, Boo Prussian blue. But it was one of the first synthetic pigments ever created. I'm talking chemically synthetic pigments, mind you. And it was a greenish blue, which was also rare and extremely strong. Changed the game a bit. However, it didn't take long. Once the first chemically synthetic pigment came around, others started to roll in that made Prussian blue not as special, because cobalt blue was like right after it, and then synthetic ultramarine blue. Gray can be a shade of any color, some guy. Gray can be any color. It's not, it could be, there could be a gray, you know, it's just, that just means desaturated color. So you could have a gray that leans orange, yellow, red, purple, green, or blue. Okay, so cobalt followed, synthetic ultramarine followed, and then the doors were kind of wide open. And Prussian blue was still used quite a bit, but when synthetic ultramarine came around and cobalt became very popular. And then and then phthalo in the 1900s also just made all, like, Prussian blue completely pointless. No, you're good. Was there ever what do you mean a regular marine blue? So you're saying like ultramarine and then marine? No, ultramarine was yeah, no, it's just always been ultramarine, because that was the Latin word which meant beyond the sea, which was the name for the blue that came from lapis lazuli, which is the name of the gemstone that lazurite, which is the blue component, came from, that they use for pigment, and which they named the pigment ultramarine blue. Ultramarine blue is right here. I have it right here. I can hear. This is ultramarine blue, synthetic ultramarine blue. See? Even do this. It's transparent in oil.
Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch. There you go. That's ultramarine blue. Do you hate any shades of blue or colors? No. I only use colors, Figure Dolly, that are extremely saturated. What do you know what I mean by saturated? So, Joanna, the synthetic has a fixed particle size, where lazurite will change some of its properties in oil as you grind the pigment down further. So if you, for example, if you grind true lazurite down too far, it will turn pale. And it will actually become less saturated. So there's actually like a range that you want those to be in. What's marine's color? This is a warm blue. This is called this is a blue that's leans slightly purple. And they're just referencing, you know, it just, I don't know how Beyond the Ultramarine became the name of it, but that's how it, what particle is responsible? Chemically, I know there's sulfur in it, but I don't know the other, like, chemical or elements in it. Yeah, so this is a warm blue. This is phthalo blue, which is a cold blue. That means there's some yellow in it. I don't know if you guys can see the difference here, but I can demonstrate the difference. Do you know how I know this one has yellow in it? And this one has... Do you know how I know this one has red and this one has yellow in it? Outside of a slight visual difference? Stank? Nope. You should, some guy. So how do I know this one has red in it and this one has yellow in it? Spectroc? No. There's a very easy test for it. Much easier test. Put yellow. Well, why don't we mix yellow into it, figured Dolly, right? You can see it. I think you can, right? But if you're unsure, right? So we have a yellow here that's just very yellow. It doesn't have like red. It doesn't have a lot of red or if any red in it. So, Figure Dolly, do you know if that do you know what happens when you mix a complementary color with themselves? So if you were to mix a green with a red, or you mix an orange with a blue, or a yellow with a purple, do you know what happens? It desaturates, right? Like from scratch. They don't go poop shade. They actually go to black. They actually go to black. They darken. They darken and desaturate. So, if this had red in it, and I mix yellow into this blue, theoretically this green should be worse than this green if it has yellow in it, right? If your poops are black, you should actually go see a doctor. That is not a joke. But if this had red in it, this should make a worse green, right? Because the red would desaturate the green in it. So let's mix some yellow into it. Let's mix some yellow into it, okay? So I have my yellow here. This is a lemon yellow. So we mix some blue. We mix some of the blue in there, right? We get a pretty decent green. Let me move that into a... You're getting some glare. Let me change my filter really quickly. Do it like that. Okay, you can see it. Okay. So you see we got a decent green here. Let's do a little bit more. Okay, you see this? Good green. Ultramarine blue and lemon yellow. Can't really complain about that. Do you use... Yes, I do. I use both. I use both, Dota Chess. Good. So you see, this is the lemon yellow and ultramarine blue, okay? Good green. Pretty saturated green. Not bad, but now let's see if... Now, mind you, this is Phthalo Blue 15, PB 15:3. There are actually a variety of Phthalo Blues that actually lean in different directions. So now let's mix the yellow with this, okay? Can you see the difference? So why does this one look more now muddier, right? And that's just because there is red in here. There is red in ultramarine blue. There is no red in the phthalo. So that's a practical example. That's how we know. That's an easy way to know where you stand with your blue, at least relative to the other, right? But it's a huge difference. Any questions? By the way, Dota Chess, all these colors are for sale. I make my... Son of a bitch, Lizzie. I make and sell oil paints, watercolors, oil pastels, and now gouache. What's new, Garmin? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you, Figure Dolly. We got an ad starting in 40 seconds, by the way. We have an ad starting in 40 seconds. watch those ads. Or you can subscribe. Subscribers do not have to watch ads. Pussycat, pussycat, I love you. Yes, I do. So if that... It's like a Canadian from South Park. All right, for anybody in ads right now, you could subscribe and not watch those ads. If you are in ads right now, you don't have to watch them. Maddie, you still have turbo, right? I think I need to take the plunge and just do that. Ah, shit, I should have harassed the new people for, YouTube subs. Good, Carlos, good. Yeah. So it does sound like you can't make more from ads for people. Unless they do that, as well as giving people money for you being there. But I remember it used to be that people would still get money for you viewing the ads if you had Twitch Turbo. Yes, I do. I don't use Nightbot, no, I use Firebot. Why do you ask? What's new, pussycat? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything with ads anymore. Timers for what? Welcome back, everybody. Oh, yeah, I could do that. I know how to do that in Firebot. There's a Ko-fi one. I have set up. A Ko-fi does that. For anybody new here, if you are not subscribed to my YouTube, I am a sad, desperate man who needs YouTube subscribers. So if you could find it in your heart, for less than the cup of coffee, please subscribe to my YouTube. It doesn't cost anything, so it is less than a cup of coffee. Yes, I do. Okay, Lizzie. 10 bagger. All right. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Ooh. Somewhere over the rainbow. Why did they kiss for the painting? Oh, you didn't know, Satan and our God Emperor have had a long, long love affair. Yeah, they're in love. What's up, some guy? Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Gotta fix this tie now. He's somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. I know. Thank you, some guy. I have the voice of an angle. See, that's what being nice is like, Maddie. You should take some notes from some guy about being nice. Probably throw a little bit of this green in here, huh? Voice of a Mike. I am not Michael, no. It's too bright. I am AI. Well, I am an ambassador of AI. Grok makes all of my decisions, as well as my Grok AI girlfriend, Tatiana. Thank you, some guy. By the way, some guy, you see how this is like grayish, but it's starting to go gray, but it leans green. You see this? So if I added red to this, we can make it less green and bring it closer to neutral. Should probably just make it lean blue, though. Yep. So you're saying in general I don't deserve kindness, Maddie, is what you're telling me? Oh, like here?
Nice.
Nice. Nice. I think that's a little bit too, God. Too green? Too green? Too blue? Oh, definitely too red. Truly is a lot more neutral than that, huh? Neutrals can be difficult.
That's a fact.
Another random historical paint fact. Pigment or art history? By Gear Dolly. A little bit too purple. Hi, Omizu. Art history? Okay. Okay. Oh, a little bit too much. Hmm. All right, we'll combine it with pigments. Oh no, because that's still too pigment related. Well, I gotta come up with these off the top of my head, so I gotta think about what's also good and relevant too. Let's go with. Let's talk about art movements with somewhat of a focus on Impressionism and what it led to. So, what creates an art movement? The simplest way, an art movement, I mean like talking about where there's like at least a group or a significant group of people moving away from essentially the previous set of rules or standards of the time period. So, what do I mean by that? Is practical example. Impressionism moved from the academic standards of the time on how to do portraits and how to paint stuff, the realism that they were going for, the processes, and they threw it out the window for what was called sloppy brushstrokes, quicker pieces, a lot of plein air stuff. It was brought on because of technological advancement, mostly with new pigments and ways of storing paint and procuring paint became a lot different, right? With like the existence of colormen. But this also happened with like in earlier times with like where specific techniques became more concerned with stuff. So, right, Caravaggio started to really lean into hard contrast of values, right, with darks and lights and how he even painted shadows. There were huge arguments historically on making shadows opaque, painting shadows opaque, or painting shadows transparently. There were rules on drafting that some people followed, some people didn't. But all this led to a consensus, an academic consensus, in different areas, right? And Saturns and how they had to. Now, like in the Renaissance, it was very technique related, not necessarily subject matter. But an interesting anecdote related to this is like Rembrandt, who I've been starting to call the first impressionist. He died poor after being an extremely wealthy man. And it's because his business got ruined because he essentially started painting like an impressionist. And people hated it. People hated it, and he couldn't get business. And he didn't want to go back to like the old way of painting after he started doing, specifically with his portraits, the older way of painting, right? Which was glazing, very drawn out, long processes of like doing very finite things. And he wanted to kind of just put paint on a canvas and paint what he saw, right? Thank you, Mud. I appreciate it. So this leads us now, once technology caught up to the art world, and this happened basically once paint came in tubes, was really the advent and once stuff could start moving a lot faster. Colors were more available. Technology flowed. Technology allowed people to do more and explore more without risking their entire life savings worth of money. And people could make paintings leisurely instead of just having to be kind of a part of a business, right? So this led to a massive acceleration in the changing of art. My counterpoint to that, Carlos, is impressionism would have been impossible without the collapsible aluminum tube, colorman, and the pigments, the available pigments. If you remove those things, the impressionistic movement couldn't have happened at that time period. No, I appreciate it, Mud, because I'll be glad to see it, because it might, if this can help open me up for doing that with oils as well, it could be very useful. Because, like, in later artistic movements, I would agree with you, Carlos, once technology became standardized, right? So, like, Fauvism, and after, right, where the technology is the same, now it became more of a philosophical difference, right? Abstract, surrealism, expressionism, right? So, like, point being is, you are correct, but it's it's never just one thing, right? But I would argue this. No, I haven't like studied art history academically, right? But I would argue this point quite a bit, though, that if the technological advances of the era regarding paint weren't around, Impressionism wouldn't have happened. The impressionistic movement would not have happened, right? Because I think the Impressionism movement was waiting to happen,
for a good amount of time until people could actually buy paint at like, oh, like where like a Joe Schmo could buy paint, somebody else made, and they could store it and wouldn't dry up, right? Because they didn't have that until the collapsible aluminum tubes. The doodles, since, well, a bit. So like, do you like? So what I'm arguing here, Figure Dolly, is, you know how we keep paint in these tubes, right? The paint doesn't dry up. Before these existed, in the 1800s, they stored paint. They would either have to make the paint every time they painted, or they stored it in kidneys, in pig kidneys, right? Pig kidney bladders, or pig bladders. Sorry, pig bladders. That they would literally put the paint in, they'd poke a hole in it to squeeze some of the paint out, but it would still, air would still get in, and the paint would dry up over the course of a week or two. So they had a very limited shelf life, right? These came along, suddenly, like, assholes like me could make paint, put it in tubes, it wouldn't go bad, and they could just sell it to people off their shelves. This was a huge change. Not to mention pigments becoming much cheaper to procure, right? So it opened up, like, basically poorer people could now paint. Poor people couldn't paint before like 1800. It costs way too much. Way too much. Right? So like if Monet lived like 100 years earlier, or like the Impressionists who, like, you know, couldn't go to a high academic school and, you know, paint, most likely would have never became painters. Right? But once that all standardized, like Carlos was alluding to, it now became a matter of philosophy, right? It became a matter of what's a good way of saying this? Yeah, just like of the thought of a group of people, or like, once again, the movements became a lot different. That's why you started seeing higher experimentation with what was on the canvas, where Impressionism was still based in realism. Yeah, cultural zeitgeist, yeah. Where Impressionism was still strongly based in realism. The first movements out of Impressionism took us out of realism. First thing that went. Lizzie. Garmin. So there you so what's my overarching point? I guess this fact was just rambling. Take it or leave it. I have nothing more to say. Thank you, Figure Dolly. Somewhere over the rainbow. That's because it was sarcastic, Lizzie. I forgot I made you a YouTube moderator. I'm disgusted with myself, Lizzie. Lizzie, Maddie said she'll see you in hell. Ahem. Because actually, Carlos, one more thing on that. A lot of the Impressionists also had wildly different views on like painting process and stuff, but they like now that I've learned more specifically about Impressionists, like there was some massive difference in approach and understanding, but the important commonalities were there philosophically. But like Degas was so vastly different. Like if we were to talk about the leaders and who people consider impressionists, a lot of people would say Degas, a lot of people would say Monet, and those two are so they're worlds apart on a lot of shit. Worlds apart. Also, don't like Degas. Degas was a bad man. You can appreciate his paintings, but don't praise the man. Well, Lizzie, remember you used to say that you were a Degas boy. Degas might have been a serial killer. For anyone who doesn't know, Degas was most likely a pedophile, a huge anti-Semite. He also, huge racist. His family was directly involved with the slave trade. Just an awful human being. Well, yeah, his works are beautiful. Undeniably. And you liked him. Are you now a Gauguin fan? Gauguin fan. A Gauguin fan? Those are the two men you should not like in the slightest. Gauguin and Degas. Like, you should not praise them as people or admire them. You can admire their works if you want. Yeah. Monet... So some people, like, argue about Monet. But what Monet... So, Monet's big thing... Obviously, he was strictly plein air. I mean, he did some still life, but, like, you could argue he's just almost like, what, 90% of his works were plein air? Probably. Maybe even more. Or scenes set up out... I mean, still plein air. He truly painted with, like, the entire spectrum of color. Have you been to Giverny? Hi, Nabel, or hi again, Nabel. I have not been to Giverny. I should have gone to Giverny when I was in France, but I didn't realize how cool it would have been. I did go to God, what's the other museum? The museum with all the impressionists. Why can't I remember the name of that museum in Paris? Well, Monet, what am I hearing? It's all right. France is cool though. I mean, just the museums, Lizzie. I do want to go to Spain for the museums. I want to go to, I mean, I just want to see every museum. I want to see all this shit in person. Well, that's a really great place to see him, Lizzie, because, I mean, that's one of the better museums in the world, and the amount they have is quite a bit relative to others. Most museums you'll go to, Lizzie, they'll only have, like, maybe a couple Monets or something. Well, Barcelona has fucking awesome, has awesome museums, so... Way up high. Yeah, I like Karen Offit is probably my favorite painter who's alive. There was a guy I used to really like, but he turned out to be a Trump supporter, so I don't keep up with him anymore. There's also, I like Morgan Weisling a good amount. It changes a lot. It's also very affirming and able to see that stuff in person. Check out Karen Offit's Instagram. I should have like a shout out for her. Well, she's not on Twitch, but she's a Austin-based painter that has done a few of my favorite paintings I've ever seen. Do I need to find? Oh, God damn it! Does anyone remember what my favorite Karen Offit painting is? Let me find it on my phone. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. Here we are. If you look up Karen Offit, look up this painting. This is literally one of my favorite paintings of all time. Do you see? Oh, really, Mud? You should take a look at it. This is literally one of my favorite paintings in existence. There's so much good about it. There's a lot to be learned from it. Not familiar with them by name. I might have seen their work, but... And Mud, how dare you be sarcastic with me? Wait, you're serious? You don't recall? I've showed that like 5 times on stream. I'll put it on the Discord. Really? I'm downloading the image. I'm gonna put it in the Discord. It's gonna be under favorite artists. Yeah, it's... I'm shocked you haven't been here when I've talked about Karen Offit before. I'm putting under my favorite artists. Can somebody link that link, the Discord link, into the chat? Or Pickles found it. Thank you, Pickles. Did I? Yeah. No, she's... When I was considering getting taught, I was going to see if I could reach out to her for, like, online lessons when I was, like, had money to possibly do that. But she's based out of Texas. She's really great. And Mud, I'm shocked I haven't told you about her before because she paints a lot of naked women. She's right up your alley, Mud. So, like, she's my favorite painter alive today, and she's still also one of my favorite painters of all time. Like I said, that painting is in, like, my top 5. That painting I put in the Discord is in my top 5. I reference that painting when I talk about people, like, talk about a lot of, like, the, like, philosophies of Impressionism. That painting really hits the nail on the fucking head on a lot of them. She's in Austin. Yep, Carlos. Now, Morgan Wiesling, I think it's Wiesling, is an interesting guy. Don't like his subject matter as much. He's really into Western shit, like Western aesthetic. He shows out of Arizona. He also used to paint movie posters back in, like, the 90s, I think. He's done some really cool shit. He's a very good drafter. And he does do some good, like, you know, some good color use. I don't like his subject matter as much. But he is undeniably good and has a lot of the je ne sais quoi of Impressionism. But I'm sorry. I thought I could have swore I've told you about her before, so my bad. Also, Mud, you know, if you look into Andrew Zorn painted a lot of naked women too. No shit. Okay. Son of a bitch! Jack of all craps! Amanda. Welcome in.
Nice.
Oh, hi, Amanda. I'm doing all right. We're doing all right. I might be having an awesome day because I'm gonna be coming into possession of a lot of photography, lighting shit and backdrops from a family member who I didn't even know was into photography. So I might be being able to help me light some shit in the future, everybody. Big fucking deal. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. I found out about it like an hour ago. My godmother's husband. AKA my uncle. It does look... I don't think it looks like it's done from a photograph, but it probably was done from a photograph. Amizu. That would be probably the biggest critique of it. That's like my only critique of it, right? But they chose a hell of a reference, though. Somewhere over the rainbow.
Way up high. And that might have needed to go up here a little bit more. Maybe too dark? You guys are seeing that a little bit darker than I am. Maybe I gotta change my settings a little bit.
Fucker!
Gamma's not changing anything? What the fuck? Shit not changing? You're a fucker. Why is the filters not changing anything? Well, that's odd. Maybe that. That too much? Might be too much. City Menace Arts. Somewhere over the rainbow. Up high.
How did it go this weekend, Amanda? Nice. Congratulations. Okay, so that seems now too long. I wish this canvas is a little bit tighter. You're welcome. I'm happy to hear it. My first art fair is July 11th. Is the official first one, because I didn't get into the one that just happened, which surprised me. Well, no, I did hear about... Alright, so... Out of the 6 I applied to, I got into 2. The first one that I was waitlisted on, I was like 8th or 9th. Just happened this past weekend. I got on from the waiting list on another one that I declined to go to. It was the worst of the 6. Then the one in Naperville, which is the big one, I didn't get in. I didn't even get waitlisted. I don't even know if they have a waitlist, but I didn't get into that one. So I'm still waiting to hear back from the other large one that I applied to in Highland Park, Illinois, called the Port Clinton Festival, which I was waitlisted, and I was like number 2. I was number 2 on that waitlist, and I still haven't heard anything, which is a bit annoying. Yes. It's the one that lines up. It's the one that lines up with Lizzie's visit on the exact dates. So we got to work around it. Or Lizzie, you're gonna have to drop the BTS stuff, and you're just gonna have to work for me for free at the art fair. Because obviously I'm gonna have so many customers. Obviously. Are you telling me you're a marijuana head, Lizzie? They took 250 of me. You're talking about the one that just happened, or the one that I just got denied from? Lizzie, are you on the marijuanas again? Lizzie? Am I going to have to intervene? Intervention, intervention. I was waitlisted, and I was like the 8th or 9th position of like 100 something, art fair. And they when I investigated, they had a waitlist of over 150, and I didn't think people would apply there if the wait list wasn't that, like, didn't move enough, and I was an early. I don't know. I was surprised that everybody kept their spots there, and I, like, that many did, and that it would leave it so I, wouldn't be able to get a spot. So that tells me something up there. Interesting. So now that needs to come down. Interesting. But I think it's because by my application, I clearly didn't have, like, fair experience, so. But, I thought the waitlist would move more than it did. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I visited that fair last year, and frankly, none of the exhibitors, like, impressed me, or I don't know. It just seemed like a lot of the stuff that I don't like personally, or the stuff I kind of make fun of, or at least satirize. Like, I felt like I saw a lot of booths of people who didn't really have passion for this. That is subjective in nature, I understand. But, but I can't help but feel like that a lot. Yeah. Actually not a lot of anime at it. It was a lot of acrylic abstract painters who did, like, there was like 6 of them who kind of all did, like, gradients. You get what I'm saying? And then photographers, like, there was like 3 photographers there who just, like, all had, like, black and white photos of, like, a sunset or an oversaturated photo of a sunset that they were trying to sell for, like, $2,300. It was stuff like that. That I don't like. It felt like people who were like, yeah, no, there were people who were like, there was photographs there for like $3,200, Maddie. That were like, if I'm being, like, silver grain stuff blows them out of the fucking water. Because it was just, it felt like shit you'd see on, like, Google. And then the painters, like I said, it was just a lot of stuff that it's not for me, but didn't really feel that creative or, like, taking chances, or not to say that I'm the fucking epitome of this, but, like, I don't know, I just felt no passion I felt no passion. And that's important to me. I'm not talking about, like, struggle or anything like that. I'm just talking about, do they seem to, like, does their work seem to show me that they're enjoying what they do? And I did not get that vibe from a single person there. Yeah, 2,000 range. So at this show that just happened this weekend, Mud, most paintings there from those people were in the thousands. There was some as high as 5,000 to 6,000. Now, I don't know. I didn't see any paintings getting sold, but it is a very affluent area that this one was in. I only applied to affluent areas. Like the town that this one was in, Mud, I believe the average income for a family in that town is like 200,000, 250,000. I talked with one or two, but I was mainly scoping out prices last year and seeing what I was looking at what type of equipment they were using and pricing and the type of stuff was there. So I was hoping to see a sale happen, but I didn't see that. Well, I'm gonna match my Etsy prices, Mud. But that's why I've moved a lot of my Etsy prices higher. So if anybody wants to buy a painting from my Etsy, just message me and I'll give you a deal. You know, but maybe I'll bump them up before the show again. We'll see.
We'll see.
Like, I don't think I'm gonna bring a painting there that I'm gonna ask like $6,000 for, you know. It does. I mean, the real question is, will people buy it, you know? But you hear a lot of anecdotes that you can't prove from people, you know? This is kind of the weird fuckety thing about the art industry from our perspective, I think, is none of the data that people present is reliable. Truly reliable. Because it varies from place to place. You don't get a properly large scope of, you know, like, for example, Mud, like, you know, Richmond's like a well-off area. It's all anecdotal, right? So it's like, but the dynamics of the area are different. The politics of the areas are different. You know, all these things, right? Because frankly, I think my stuff would, people might like it, but a lot of people who probably couldn't afford the prices that I'd want for my painting would probably be one of my biggest markets, right? Because I don't know if like a 70-year-old married couple would want to buy this. Yep. I would like to meet that like 70-year-old couple who would buy this, but once again, everything I'm talking about is all speculation to the highest degree. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I just did it with my gouache. Also, everybody buy my gouache. You know, I did charge for my time. Thank you. Thank you, you two. I charge more for them. I put in a lot of effort. I also, you know, had to buy some new shit for it. But I do feel better about the prices I'm getting on them. I just am always I'm so concerned with just like, I want people to feel like the product I'm offering is worth it. I am like utterly consumed with that. Well, for anyone in ads right now, you could subscribe and not have to watch those ads. For all 1 billion of you in ads, if all 1 billion of you subscribed right now, for the 1 billion, 100 billion, 1 billion people watching, right, Maddie? That's about my view count. Maddie and Mud, that's my view count, about 1 billion right now. Oh, 1.5 billion. Okay, good. Oh, it's a good day. I probably should have taken a break. But fuck it, we ride. Comes. That's alright. Oh, I forgot to make more rice. Do I have noodles? I think I have some noodles. Pricing succox. I mean, it did make sense. Ugh. Let's see. Let me check something. Are those pretzels, Pickles? I'd love some pretzels. Pickles, are you still there? Pickles, can you hear me? What was I just gonna look up? They look really good. They look fantastic. What's my go-to pretzel dip? Probably a mustard. Probably a mustard. I'm not a nacho cheese boy. Hi, Dot Goddess. Welcome back. I love a good mustard. I did find some new... I did find a new thing to make for myself. Some like pickled ginger and chilies that they use for like Szechuan cooking that I'm gonna make for myself fairly soon. Yeah, I mean, I hate the stereotypical nacho cheese. I hate it. The ginger and chilies, that goddess. I really want to be able to make mapo tofu well. I really want to make mapo tofu very well. Because I love Mapo Tofu. I love it so much, Mud, but there's like no places that do it well. Around me, at least. But you throw like 10 to 20 pounds of Mapo Tofu in front of me, I'll eat it all. Another 10 to 20 pounds of rice. But I saw a recipe of it, and I could make the pickled. They called it marinated ginger and chilies. And if I could find a good source of those chilies, I could just make that myself and just explore the ingredient. But nothing else seemed that, like, I have the other shit. So it's like it seemed doable. And I don't have a true wok burner, which is, you know, fairly vital to doing it well, but I could still, like, you know, I could still emulate it pretty well without it. Well, do you know how hot a true wok burner is, Smud? You can't get them in residential areas. So, like, usually your hottest burner on your stove, Mud, is 30,000 BTU, is usually the hottest. Those the wok stovetops usually go up to 220,000. So if you want to emulate it at home, you need to do a propane tank wok burner type situation in your backyard. Which, if I had a house, I would do. Because I do want a house, I do want to get a house, because I want to be able to charcoal grill, too. I would be charcoal grilling a lot more if I if I could. Well, I use it on my hottest burner. There's ways that you can emulate it. The wok hay, they call it. It's just not... It just makes it tougher. Well, I get why they don't allow that in residential Goddess. Because that shit is like... If you like somebody... Like, that shit you could burn down your home really easily with how hot it gets, you know? You need, like, proper ventilation. It's just that the line, it's also Goddess is the gas lines installed to residential homes from the main line don't support that. You know. So, like, you know, and most restaurants don't even have burners that can, those are specialty. I wouldn't even be surprised if restaurants use propane tanks anyways for it. Thank you, Goddess. It will be for sale. At a terrible price. And Goddess, the gouache is for sale now at my shop. I like to have fun with my compositions. If you've looked at my Instagram, I like setting stuff up in person and really getting weird with it. Really getting weird with it. You know, that neck could probably... See, that's too long. Okay, wait, hold on. I was worried that I was pushing this, like... This... If the neck could be, like, right here... Nick, do you ever think about using natural light? Not in my current place. I don't have access to it. So it's just plain air. Like, I don't have windows around me that I could get enough. But if I had the ability to, Amizu, I would definitely experiment with it. Not even experiment with it. Use it. I just don't... It's not an option for my current situation. Unfortunately. Do you paint under natural light, Amizu? Because I know you streamed early in the morning the other day. Is that you trying to use natural light more? Oh, also, everybody, tomorrow I am planning to plein air paint. Everybody, I am planning to plein air paint, or pastel. Tomorrow, hopefully around 10:30. That stream is just going to be on Twitch. The VOD will be uploaded to YouTube. So if you want to see plein air pasteling, be here or be square tomorrow. God, I feel like I'm gonna be ended up like getting rid of a lot of his face, but I think enough of it will be in here. Well, the M not painting from light, but I am doing it does make a difference in seeing my colors better, yeah. Yeah, it'll just be the plein airs are only on Twitch because I stream through my phone, .goddess. But like I said, I will upload the VOD to YouTube's. Yeah, so Mizu, I see that when I'm outside in sunlight, you see the colors a lot clearer when I've oil painted outside. Going down. Ooh. 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 This might be a mistake, but we'll just roll with it. Gotta make sure Stephen Miller is somewhat rendered or placed. Maddie, by the way, I'm waiting on getting the canvas stuff for the painting that we came up with. That sentence should read, I'm not part bring from life. But I want to do that painting as soon as possible. Well, all right, so I need to do the egg tempura stuff that I forgot about for Jan. I already removed your points, I think, too. Didn't I? Yeah, I don't know what the hell you were talking about there, Mizu. Mizu, am I going to have to intervene on you, too? Well, Jan's isn't a painting. It's just he wants me to basically figure out egg tempura. Play around with it. So I'll probably do like a simple still life, maybe. You took his oil? What the hell are you talking about? And how you doing, Lost? Nice to see you, bud. I'm going down, yelling timber. Figure out life, yeah. No, Maddie came up, or helped me. We worked together on coming up with a setup for a painting. I bought the Jello mold for that. I do have those things to do the setup. And what's it? So I have that I want to do, but I want to do that on like, I think I want to do that on a 36 by 48. Maybe even a 40 by 48. Maybe a 40 by 48. But those stretcher bars are expensive. There's that one. I want to do the one of Trump sleeping in the chair with the people behind him. That's one I really want to do upcoming. I also owe Pickles a portrait of that redhead from Game of Thrones guy. Those are on my immediate docket. Did you see that photo, Dot Goddess, of Trump sleeping in his chair? I want to recreate that one. That could be a funny one to do as like the Last Supper. I don't know if I have enough, like... I'll show it to you. Hold on, Dot Goddess, 1 second. I'll show you the photo I'm talking about. It happened like a week or two ago. Where is it? Why am I having problems finding it? Not that one. Hold on. Hold on. God damn it, Facebook. God, all these are fucking like bullshit sites. This is a really blurry photo, but it's kind of like, oh god damn it, this one. But I remember him leaning to the other side, like literally like diagonal, like the just mirror it in a little bit more of a lean. So I want to put my skeleton, my Trump skeleton, in the chair, leaning to the side, and have people standing around him and behind him. Like my mannequin, my other skeleton, my elf. I want to recreate that one. I wish I could find the better photo, though. There was a much better photo of it. If anybody finds that photo, please let me know or put it in the Discord.
I thought I had it, like, I don't know. I thought it was much easier to find. Oh, of course. I also want to create this photo with my skeletons. This Epstein photo of looking like Trump blowing Bill Clinton. I do want to recreate this one, too, at some point. I need a chair, though, for that one. I need to figure out how I'm going to make Bill Clinton skeleton. I think so. As you do, Shasta. At the home of a sex trafficking pedophile. You know, Shasta, we've all been guests to parties of sex trafficking pedophiles. It's just, it's what we do here, you know? It's what we do here in America. Happens to all of us, exactly, Doc Goddess. Frankly, if it hasn't happened to you, I don't think you're an American. You know, with all these chemicals that the gay deep state is, forcing upon us, with all these gay thoughts of mine, how am I supposed to resist all these gay thoughts? That is true, Shasta. How am I supposed to resist all of these gay thoughts that the gay deep state is throwing at me? First the frogs, then me? Unbelievable. They're coming out of the clouds. True, Doc Goddess. Thank God I'm such an alpha male. And I can resist all these gay thoughts that are happening constantly. All right. If I wasn't such an alpha, I probably wouldn't be able to resist. Thank God I have my live-in friend Thomas. Who helps me resist all the time. He's also a pastor. Just want to clear that up. How can I know, right?
making this long enough, maybe. Or it has to be the other way. By the way, Shasta, if you order, let me know if you like, you know, I'm not, this is not me saying buy some or anything, but if you do and you check out and the shipping cost is really fucked, I can get you a different shipping like estimate if it like comes down to that or anything like that. If you wanted to try gouache or anything, or if you were buying anything. That goes for anybody who is possibly shipping out of the country. That shit can be Fourth Wall can really overcharge for it. Yeah. Yeah, that's not me to be like, oh, hey, you should buy some. That's, you know, I don't think you were taking that way, but just, you know, shipping internationally has been, usually they overcharge like crazy on Fourth Wall. So, just want to be clear. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money now. Good, we got that cleared up. Money me. Money me, please. Need to be higher, maybe? I don't like that popping through. Now I see it. Place an order. You're really a snake oil hawk, aren't you? The snake oil is on its way, everybody, okay? It can cure everything. It can and will cure everything. Yeah.
Shas is just making a documentary to take down my paint business over the unfulfilled promise of snake oil. Boom, boom. I was thinking about editing my watercolor commercial and just saying every time that they say watercolors in it, they just like I just over like do a really shitty like voiceover of just gouache. I thought that could be funny. Boo, boo, boo. I should take a break though. I gotta pay. So we're gonna do that. After I just fix this one last thing I just saw. All right. So we're gonna take about a 5-minute break. We're gonna run ads on Twitch. Go make rice. This could be the time to make rice. No, I got noodles though. I already figured out my audible. I got noodles to use up too. But that's a good reminder. Thank you though for that, bud. Oh. I think the all the hand making of gouache made my shoulder a little sore. More sore than usual. Okay. All right, everybody. 5 minutes. We'll see you when I get back.
Oh, oh, oh. What'd I just do? Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Yeah, Dot, I have a shoulder that is a bit... I think it gets sore because I reach across my body a lot for the palette. I think it's like a rotator cuff thing. And it does like, I have to like stretch it out to get proper range of movement. But yeah, it's been a little bit of a thing that's been aggravating. But it doesn't hurt when it didn't hurt when I was like making the paint. But it was one of those things where like the next day like it felt like sore than usual. Or it got tighter, a lot tighter. Oh, there's that goddess. Welcome to Twitch. The exclusive, with my Twitch deal, my exclusive area for plein air painting, or streaming for plein air painting. Which will be happening tomorrow. Plein air pasteling, too. Welcome to hell. Doc Goddess is a new watcher on YouTube's. Maddie. Who I've been talking with. Okay. I am gonna go back to that place where me and Garg were at. Went to last time. I'm gonna go back there tomorrow. FYI. So we're probably gonna be doing some water pasteling again. Does it? Hey, I would like more YouTube, you know, I'm desperate for new YouTubers. As a very desperate man, I could really use more YouTube subscribers. Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't know you had that. Raffle. Ooh, shoulder. Oh, hey, Todd. Todd, are you still there? Todd, can you hear me? All right, good. Todd, if you were to skip out on any of the colors, I do not recommend skipping on burnt umber. Fantastic, Dot. Thank you for joining the Twitch. Both help. Watching on both does help, though. And I'm really trying to push for the YouTube subs. So if you know anybody, Dot, who would also loves watching a very mentally stable, hilarious man on YouTube, please let them know. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. I thought you were serious. Yeah, there's like, oh, is that what I had on there? I switched it when okay, I was making gouache. Making gouache is kind of funnier though if I with the pooping penguin. I thought I just changed that on YouTube. I didn't realize it was the same text thing for both. Not sure. Well, do you have any questions for Pirate Software or Dr. Disrespect, Todd? They're both sitting right here. They haven't really been saying anything, though. They're just staring at me. They both said you don't fight AI, you embrace it and sell out to it. They're both pretty adamant about that. So this shoulder does not go up high enough. It's like right there. A little bit brighter. A little bit brighter now. Why do I have the People's Court stuck in my head? Who did that? Who's responsible for this?
Somebody's going to have to take responsibility. Yeah, what do you need to... just ask me now, Manny. What's up? No, don't do flat rate, Maddie. Flat rate will fuck you. I mean, you can do flat rate if you want to, like, just, like, you have to overcharge. Let it calculate it for you. So, like, a lot of my paint orders, Maddie, it calculates for me. I put the paints a little bit heavier than they are. But, I haven't gotten fucked on shipping. And now with international shipping, it charged way too much. But they have a very simple refund way that you can do there. Okay. So let it calculate it for you. Now, if you see that it's off a lot and you're getting fucked, Maddie, then I would suggest increasing your prices to account for that. But there's no good... Flat rate shipping will always either fuck you or fuck the customer. So the other way you could do it is just offer free shipping and just build it into your prices, which is probably the smartest way to do it. But then people might have more initial sticker shock. Who's that? Oh, weird. Okay. Now, Maddie, like, how many bars do you think somebody's gonna buy at a time? 2? Just go through USPS. USPS has the best prices on it. Just go USPS. That's it. As somebody who's like, I've shipped, I don't know, 80 packages in the past year and a half, 2 years. Probably more than that, actually. Maddie, it generally isn't. Just FYI. Like, it may be for certain things, but I've had UPS on multiple occasions be more than triple the price. The neck is paper mache, not the mask. So here, I have been paper macheing things, Dot Goddess. Here. So the neck I made a structure of wire and cardboard and paper mache on top of it and then painted it. But that is a drama mask that I bought. I did paper mache the horns as well. So those horns on top are paper mache and painted.
Yeah, I have some props that I've been making. God damn it. So Maddie, sorry. Yeah, I've been paper macheing. What got fucked here? Can you see all this shit? Did stuff move down? What the fuck? What happened? That's odd. Did I push this down a little bit? There's no way. Did my camera just, like, get weird? Okay, yeah, it just shifted upwards for some reason. It's done that a couple times in the past. Okay. The black is because of the cable, but sometimes it does this thing where it like shows a really fucked up way. Yeah, okay, Maddie. Maddie, this is what you should do. Maddie, what I did is I created a USPS like business account. Very easy to do. Okay. They have this thing called Click and Ship. Buy yourself boxes that you know you could fit like an average order in. You get what I'm saying? So I bought some boxes from what is it, Direct Supply for my paint, the boxes I ship my paints in, that takes care of like 95% of the orders, right? And then just like pretend ship to your parents or somebody, like, you know, I can give you my address and see what the actual cost is through printing the labels at your home. Okay? Because I'm willing to bet. Because also, just so you know, Maddie, UPS shipping to specific areas of the country gets really, really pricey that USPS doesn't. For example, Northwest, like Washington and Oregon, UPS does not handle that area well. They usually actually pawn it off to USPS. Funny enough. That's what Amazon does too. UPS is good and it's bad. There are some good things for UPS, but Maddie, I can say this confidently. That UPS has rarely, if ever, been the cheaper option for me. Now, we are in different areas. But I am in a UPS hub. Well, Illinois is like a UPS hub. Has one of the biggest, like, you know, shipping hubs here. How you doing, Sashi? And Maddie, I'm happy to, like, you know, discuss. Maddie, if you need me to walk you through the USPS shit that I do when I make labels, I can tell you. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I will say, Maddie, I use pirate shipping for international. For international stuff. It's been unmatched internationally. But domestically, you're adding like a week to a week and a half shipping time. and you're not going to save that much. I'm doing all right, Sashi. Gouache is for sale. It's not necessarily worth it. Just like if like so Maddie, I pretty much USPS. The most I've paid for USPS shipping for any of my paint in the United States has been $8.50. That's the most. Most of them are about $6. UPS, they're generally like 12 to 15 to ship that in the boxes I use. Plus, USPS has free insurance. They're not going to be that heavy though, Maddie. Like Maddie, do you think like how much is a bar of soap weigh? Like 3 ounces, 4 ounces when it's dried? How heavy are you going? $100, Sashi. $100 for a USPS. Five ounce. So realistically, your biggest order, I mean, I would say your average order might be like 3 bars, so a pound. Yeah. A pound's not a lot. Yeah. That's about the size of my packages, Maddie. This is 24 inches by 36, Dot Goddess. Yeah, 24 by 36. Ideally, this would have been... The aspect ratio should have been 3 by 4. I just didn't have it. Yeah, but usually that stuff is not that heavy, Sashi. At least in my experience. Well, so, so Maddie, what I would recommend you to do, find a box that you could fit 5 soaps in. Okay? And just have that be your standard box. Right? Like, get like 30 of them or whatever. Get a package of them. Right? The box that you can use for, like I said, that's what I do for my paints. Then that will highly standardize your shipping costs. Especially with USPS. Because once again, they have to go to the entire United States. Well, that's upset, Maddie. Here, hold on. My brushes are about 25 inches long. I hold it from the back. I got these wooden dolls, Dot Goddess. They're like 15 inches long. Wooden dolls. Each pack is like $8. And I just duct tape them. So these are 15 inches by 5/8. I could even post the link in my Discord or something like that if you want the exact ones. But you have bamboo. Yeah, I did 24 by 30. It is 24 by 36. I have not seen it be that sensitive with weight, Sashi. I have seen it be sensitive with size increases in my recent experience with paint and stuff like that. So like I've had paint shipments that are under 6 ounces, and I've had some that are 2.5 pounds, and the weight has not significantly changed prices whatsoever. The box that you ship it in has been the single most biggest jump in price outside of location. Did you have a USPS account that you were doing this in? All right, so Maddie. No, that's not it. I'm finding you a name of a company. That's it. Uline. Yeah, pirate ship for domestic is not going to be it's probably not going to be cheaper for that size. Okay? So, Maddie, go to Uline. Measure your soaps. You could find any size box. Pretty much any size box you want on this site. Now, depending on order, you might have to order. Is Uline racist? Oh, beans. Are they like a Republican company or something? They might be Trump supporters. Frankly, pretty much every company is, though. But Uline might be exceptionally bad. Alt-right? Well, that sucks. Okay, all right, good. As long as you have one, all right? So, Maddie, my advice to you is figure out the smallest box you can buy that you could ship 5 bars of soap in. Refuse Uline? Refuse Uline? Okay. But, Maddie, so find a box that you could fit 5 bars of soap in that you could also protect it in said box, right? And then create a USPS account. Do you have a printer at home, Maddie, or do you have access to a printer? Do 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 boo boo. Okay, good. So as long as you have access to a printer, create a USPS, like, so you don't need an LLC. Like, I have Badly Made Paints as like a business on USPS, and you can get better rates through that. That's what I do. Okay. And then use that, and they can save your addresses and everything. Like, it works really well. And then start, like, you could use my address, you could use Mud's address. And you could print, so I print off my labels at home. Like, I got 3 packages to pack tonight. And see, because like what you said with domestic shipping, I have not found a regular better source than USPS. I just haven't. Nope, just regular printer paper, Maddie. And you just tape over the you tape over the label. You tape the label to the box. Son of a bitch, Salt. Fucker. Oh, you're gonna do that on stream, Maddie? I mean, Mud? That'll be good. Yeah, of course. Because Mud's a very interesting, different perspective on this, because Mud has to ship bigger boxes and heavier boxes than I do, right? You could start on the pumpkins, right? Do, 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 do. Am I blurry? You got glare problems here, though. I don't like the glare. That, at least I'm not seeing glare, but... Okay. Wait, so Mud, you are you haven't permanently canceled your stream like you told me you were? Have a good night, Mud. I'll try not to. Nini, both of you. I've been telling everybody that you permanently canceled your stream. How you doing, Neck in the Clouds? Kind of an interesting, You want to buy a painting, Neck in the Clouds? Wait a second. This might be fate. Well, good. I'll give you a terrible price. No, I won't be seduced again. It's happened way too many times. I don't take interpretive dances anymore. I got burned on that a few times as well. How much charcoal? How much does a ton of charcoal cost? No, that wouldn't do it. Making hardwood ash? Interesting. What are you using hardwood ash for? Hominy? The food? You need hardwood ash for that? No shit. I did not know that. Is it similar to like, chickpeas where you add like you soak them with baking soda, get that like shell off of them type thing? But they use ash? Are you are you Hispanic? No, but well, there's another thing that I remember being like intrigued by, specifically somewhere in Mexico, where they would it might have been corn. It might have been corn that they soaked in something odd, and it might have been an ash. That surprised me. Um, God, I have a very vague memory of it. Oh, that's awesome. Cool. It was lime. It was lime, wasn't it? They were soaking corn and like a lime solution, and I'm trying to remember what the corn application was. I think it was for tortillas though. I think it's Lyme. Interesting. Really cool though. I didn't know hominy was made in a similar way, or there was a traditional method for hominy like that too. Very fucking cool. That makes sense, yeah. Well, because I remember the chickpea one, right? Where it's like, they use like a like chemical to process it earlier. It almost reminds me of you know what fufu is, like made from cassava? The processing that cassava has to go through is like fucking crazy. Have you had fufu, Sashi? I think it's fufu, right? Fufu's the right. I don't think I've ever had cassava. Yeah, you know what it is. It looks good. I would totally eat like fufu with like a curry. Interesting. I'm not aware of cassava and any Puerto Rican stuff. Because, like, the most similar would be, like, something like mofongo, but that's plantains. Hmm. I do like mofongo quite a bit, though. Puerto Rico is so interesting. They got such a diverse climate there that they could legitimately, like, grow anything. Super interesting. I've been to Puerto Rico once, though. And a type of pumpkin? That makes sense. I mean, frankly, pork and root vegetables is like a natural. That's a natural historic combo and a half, right? And that's Puerto. I mean, yeah, like plantains or like something starchy and thick with pork or shrimp. Fucking great. Oh yeah, Puerto Rico was. It was like a wall of humidity when I went there. Just always sweating. Gorgeous place though. But I was only there for 2 days. The one thing I didn't like about Puerto Rico was the cockfighting. Yeah, that makes sense, technically. Gotten to go, yeah. I feel like this is not. I don't think I have enough light for you guys to see streaming wise. It seems like it's too dark.
see that relationship. Georgia, the sweetest sound I know. Georgia on my mind. Georgia, Georgia. And the one in Chattanooga. I've heard the one in Chicago is really good. I haven't been there since I've been a kid, though. Welcome back, Nordic. After sleeping? You only slept for like, at most, 3 hours. Why aren't you sleeping more? The shed, yeah, it's the shed. Anxiety? I'm sorry to hear that. The Chicago Art Institute's legitimately one of the greatest museums in the world. Highly recommend it. Georgia, Georgia, the whole day through. The old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. All day through, Georgia on your mind. Oh, that's the hand. I should probably just commit to putting an eye somewhere.
and just work off of that. I think I believe they always have. I've known a few people that went there. But it might be special cases. I don't know. I do know that the University of Chicago is now making tuition free for any family that makes under $250,000. But I think the Art Institute did a lot with financial aid, though. I did know for a period of time that the most generous school of financial aid in the country was Northwestern. But once again, I don't know how that applies to the Art Institute. Gotcha. Well, the Art Institute's a really good school. Really great school. Well, at least from what I've, heard. Its reputation, I'll say. Which one did you go to? That old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Gotcha. Not familiar with that one. I think I need to use Pyrrole Red on the next one. $2020? Damn. So I take it you're a huge John Morant fan. Just assume everybody's a huge basketball fan from their area they went to college. Really? He bankrupted this? I haven't heard of that. Of a school doing that. Interesting. Well, Sashi knows a ton about the NBA. Huge Portland Trailblazers fan. Yeah, that's really bizarre. Especially because I think to be classified as a school, it has to be a non-for-profit, right? No, that's not true because there was like DeVry and like
And that old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That is unfortunate. C'est la vie. They came out, I think they came out well. They're for sale now. You know, everyone here has to buy, you know, a full set, minimum, obviously. You know, them's the rules. C'est la vie. Sorry, I got that. I just love saying stuff wrong so much. I mean, what do you got to barter, man? Do you have... Let's see. Do you have stretcher bars? Do you have stretcher bars for canvases? Like good ones? And that old sweet song has Georgia on my mind. Large-ish. 2 large framing clamps. Right angle vices. Hmm. 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 No, I gotta keep my eye on the prize. I need stretcher bars, large ones. Do you have any props? Any really cool... Do you have... All right, wait, hold on. Do you have taxidermy? Do you have a taxidermy cat or birds? Like an owl. Costumes? Do you have Shakespearean costumes? Do you have an anatomical skeleton? How big is this plastic owl? Trench coats? 14 inches, okay. So, microscopic. Microscopic. If we're just talking about size. Yeah, it's really tiny. Well, I'm looking for taxidermies, normal not like the millennial, like, and I'm a millennial myself. But you know how people are doing like funny taxidermy? I just want a plain taxidermied cat or dog or owl or bird. Oh, interesting. But so much taxidermy now is like ironic taxidermy. Like squirrel hands. Please keep an eye out for that. That's one of my biggest wants. Is like a taxidermied animal like that. No squirrel hands. I'm not a psychopath. I'm in near Chicago. I'm in Rockford, Illinois, near Chicago. It's like an hour and a half away from Chicago. Georgia. Oh, really? Cool. No shit. Oh, sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. It's an interesting city. The Golden Corral. God. Yeah, that's the Midwest for you. I gotta do that today. I should lay this or get that in a better spot.
And that old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Georgia on my mind. Georgia. Georgia. The whole day through. Ads in a minute. Word. Frankly, though, Neck in the Clouds, I would be willing to barter. I'm just very particular. I have a lot of things I'm searching for. Because I'm a prop fiend. If you aren't aware, I set up stuff from life here. So for... Yeah, come on. You know, I set this shit up. And I need props. Yeah, if you find it, like I said, the taxidermy's been a big want. I've started one, Goddess. It's just one of those things I haven't like really refined into, but that is on my list to do as well.
Thank you, Dot Goddess. Well, I obviously would love to have a real one because of colors, and shit like that. But yeah, I'm not opposed to paper macheing one either, you know. But it's part of like so much to do in so little time, also type thing. But what I would like to do, Dot, is I want to like have a lot of paintings with like a taxidermied animal in the background, but not never be in like the forefront. It's like I imagine like a cat. Like if I had a taxidermied cat, where it's like you have the cat on top of a bookshelf in the background, or like around at the like bottom corner of a wall, shit like that. I like the idea of doing kind of sneaky things. Clean up some of this area. Georgia. Welcome back, Nick. But yeah, let me know if you're a person who like looks for shit like that. God, please let me know. Yeah, I in my area, like I'm in an area that is really picked over with that type of stuff, it seems. But I don't check it frequent enough as I should. You know? Rockford is a very thrifty city because it is like a little bit of an artsy city, I found out after moving here. And it's not necessarily like an affluent area. So like a lot of like the good like the thrift shops are really like kind of picked over compared to the area I grew up in, which has like tons of great shit. I have Dot. Yeah, same name over there. You could join my Discord too if you wanted to DM me on Discord if you have that. Either works.
Georgia. Georgia. I think tag sales would be, yeah, probably. Follow me, I'm desperate. Shut up, Maddie. You know I'm desperate. I'm a sad, desperate man. Who is a class 1 diagnosed paint pervert. Class 1. The rarest. I think we ironed out a lot of the horse shit. Do you have a Discord account? Well, if you just want to do it, if you're more comfortable with Instagram, I'm fine with that too. Why did I curve that so much? And now that didn't curve that enough. I think I also need to use I think Pyrrole Red would have been better for this. Then Pyrrole Scarlet. It's a little bit too orange for my liking. Took off a little bit too much from that, I think. Guessing is I'm more likely to find text from when I'm up north and down. You think so? I think that'd be more down south. Hard to say. I can see arguments for both. Like, there's a lot of good hunting in the north, right? Maybe it is the north. Who knows? Well, like, you know where I used to live, Sashi? In a suburb of Chicago. I lived by a taxidermy shop. Never went in there. But Neck in the Clouds, it would be literally like something just very normal whole, right? I would really like birds, specifically like a crow or a raven or an owl.
But not like on fancy pedestals or mounts, right? Cat or a dog, I'd take a possum or a raccoon. Something not huge. There was somebody in those suburbs selling a full stuffed taxidermy bear on a rock mount that they're asking $5,000 for. I wouldn't take a squirrel. A raven would be really cool, wouldn't it be, Dog Goddess? I refuse squirrels. I have Principal. If you didn't know, Sashi is a squirrel murderer. Neck in the Clouds. AKA Wish Candy. She buys the mutilated remains of squirrels. Or they buy the mutilated remains of squirrels. No, you fessed up. Neck in the Clouds, would you buy a pendant made from a squirrel hand? Would you? Simple question. Right, okay, good. 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 Our friend Sashi here goes into a store, sees a squirrel hand pendant. Like, I need to have that. Don't send me your squirrels, Omizu. Oh, there's something not right there. I don't like that. Maybe that's what it is, the angle. See someone being drawn to it. Well, there you go. You found the person drawn to it. Sashi, Umabashi, JAQ. Yeah. Not a squirrel hand, though. I've been watching a lot of mystery show, so I feel like accusing Sashi of their crimes. Their crimes against squirrels. I don't even like squirrels, alright? But Sashi, just hunting, ready to kill and maim a squirrel at any given moment. Sponsored by RC Cola, thank you. Just lying in wait. That is true. Sashi is the equalizer of squirrels. Like that Denzel Washington series of movies. The Equalizer, right? That's the Equalizer. Sashi is like Denzel and the Equalizer to squirrels. Yeah. As I should have. If you like to see mobsters just get... If you like to see Denzel big dick a bunch of, like, mobsters, then that's a movie for you. Yeah, you'd have, like, $300. It is a bit, yeah, I mean, Denzel's good at playing characters big dicking other people. Right? Didn't he do that on Man on Fire, too? He'd be rich. What the fuck is it? All right, 25. Yeah, you're getting close to wheelbarrow status. I'm also close to calling it for today, everybody. Little close to calling it. Old sweet son, Georgia on my mind. Fuck. Don't like when my I gotta clean up that edge now. We figured out the major things. Maybe I should just go over some of these areas that are not, like, that are splotchy. That's probably a good way to end this. Yeah, Squirrel Hand on My Mind? Yeah. That's that new Ray Charles song. I do. I do like masks. I'm looking for a comedy mask. Like this mask I'm using in this painting is a drama. I'm looking for the comedy. Similarly, but they don't sell it. They didn't sell it on like Amazon. I couldn't find a good comedy mask, but I would take I'd be interested in some masks, definitely. But mannequins, anatomical skeletons, interests, I'm very interested. A podium. The puppets, you know, the marionette puppets. I have interest in. Like if you see something and you say this could be in an oddity shop, I most likely would have interest in it. But obviously, you know, I don't have like like there are some things I would obviously pay for, but you know, or I'd try to pay for. See the irony in what, Sashi? You know there's a lot more than taxidermy at oddity shops, right? I think if you just called me out on the hypocrisy of me wanting taxidermy but not squirrel hands. Good, okay. All right, yeah. Perfect. We have reached an accord. Cool. Awesome. Thank you, sir. A devil's bargain. Sorry, I don't know why I just said that. I just thought it was funny. Long distance, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking. I was like, you ever listen to last podcast on the left? It was just a line that I remembered Henry saying one time. All right, we added the background. I wasted some white, wasted a little bit of yellow, but didn't waste a lot of paint. So, all right, we're gonna clean up. That's today's session. Tomorrow there's plein air. Yeah, not so much a training day. You're right, Omizu. Tomorrow is plein air. Fuck you, Maddie. Son of a bitch. At least you didn't loot me. Wait, you looted me again today, right? Why are you cheering? Oh, are you cheering for plein air or are you cheering for me ending? Didn't somebody loot me today? At plein air. Yep, we're, well, I got blue on me again. How does blue always end up on me? The plein air, of course, Nordic. I don't know, Sashi. I don't think you knew what it was. So it's gonna start much earlier than this. Just FYI. You know, my goal will be to start around 10:30 CST. Which would be roughly 13 hours. 13 hours and 15 minutes from now. Pastel. Pastel work. Pastel in the morning, pastel in the evening, pastel at supper time. When pastel's on a bagel, you can eat pastels in time. And almost clean. Got one paper towel left. Will this be enough? Hopefully. Okay. All right, so I gotta eat. And then I gotta pack up gouache orders. Don't forget to order your... to not order your gouache while supplies don't last. Good. Okay. Today. Gouache. All right, good. Clean. Do you pastel on watercolor paper? Yeah, basically watercolor paper, Dot. Not on canvas, but on like a paper. And those, if you're interested in pastels, those are for sale on my Ko-Fi. Okay. Now what everybody's here, why everybody's actually here. Fair enough, Omizu. Why everybody's here. Time to wipe the D. Live and uncensored. You're gonna sit here and watch this while I do this. You all have to watch. Fantastic. Dot. No rush. I'm just like giving people shit. Oh, wait. Can I get the shadow? Oh my God, Garg. Oh, this is sick. Oh God. How depraved.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not figure Dolly. Oh God. Why do I do this? I am ashamed. That will never happen. Oh my God. You all should be ashamed. You know, every time I do this, I have to cry myself to sleep. Oh my. Oh God. This is just disgusting.
Wink.
Lord. God, I hate myself. All right. All right. That will be it. Oh, did you? I didn't even know that song exists until Shasta told me about it. That's true, Nordic. I will figure Dolly. All right, let's find somebody to raid and get the hell out of here. Yep, feel free. Literally, figure Dolly. I don't. Please ask questions. I have no problem answering any questions, even if you have to ask the same thing twice. It doesn't bother me. We should probably raid Squatting Cat, because they're a Guasher. There's also Emmy Lordy. We're going to raid Squatting Cat. Alright, everybody. Till next time, which is tomorrow. You too, Omizu. Thanks for hanging out. You too, Dot, guys. Son of a bitch, Lizzie. Everybody, y'all have good nights. Like I said, plein air tomorrow. You too, Dot. Plein air tomorrow. Trying for 10:30 CST, 10:30 a.m. CST. It most likely will be closer to 11 CST, but you know.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. Nini, Garg. Garg, if you wanted to plein air tomorrow at the same place, I'm going to be there probably around 11 or 10:30 to 11. Yep. Plein air. I shall neck in the clouds. Anywho. Alright, thank you all for hanging out. Yeah, gouache is for sale on my fourth wall. And, yeah, Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Everybody else have a good night. Bye-bye.